Good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Nicholas, can you assist with a roll call?
October 23rd, 2024. The time is 4:45 p.m. And those in attendance are Carla Gurgiolo, Joanne Harris, Josie Martinez,
Here. Here.
Let's start with our silent meditation. Just a few moments of silence to bring focus to the work that we have ahead of us in tonight's agenda. Next, we'll move to approval of minutes. The minutes from the last meeting were sent ahead in your packet and are also available at your place. I'll entertain a motion for the approval of minutes, and we'll take these one at a time. The first one is the Library Board of Trustees meeting from September 25th, 2024.
I'll make a motion we accept the minutes as submitted for September 25th.
Paul, and I heard a second from Beth. Any discussion or questions? Okay, so we can go ahead with a motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. And then next we have the minutes from the Ad Hoc Executive Search Committee meeting, which was on October 3rd, 2024. Much smaller set of minutes, but they are there in your packet.
I'll second.
Not make out the second, was it?
I'll second.
Thank you, Andrea. Questions or discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Got that one, Nicholas? Thank you. Next, we have a period of public comments, and public comments, very quickly just do a couple of references. So just as a reminder, we are streaming on YouTube, and we also have interpreter services available. So if someone is looking for an interpreter, they are back here. Do you want to come up to the podium, one of you, and just announce that you're available to do interpretation for Spanish language? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Estamos aquí dando servicios de interpretación al español. Estamos con el equipo correspondiente aquí en la esquina, si es que lo necesitan. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. And just a reminder, so there are 3 ways to submit comments for the board to listen to. One is to submit your written comments via the library's website. A second way is to drop off a written statement at Central Library or leave a voicemail message. And both of those methods, whether it's written comments submitted on the website or dropped off in person or a voicemail message, we will be listening to all of those today. But we will give priority first to those that came down to the meeting to speak in person. So members of the public will be given 3 minutes to speak, and groups are given 9 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. Members of the public must register in person, filling out a sign-up sheet prior to 4:30 PM. The sign-up sheet looks like this. So if someone is here with the intent to speak but did not sign a sheet like this, please raise your hand and Sydney will assist you in getting signed up. So we'll start with those that have signed up to speak in person, and then Nicholas, I'll ask for you to read or play any voicemails that we have. And just a reminder to trustees that comments that are received as part of public comment, we cannot engage in dialogue with, we just take it under advisement. So first is Barry Mayberry.
Timer up here, so I'll stay prompt.
There will also be a timer there at the corner.
Well, I'm saying I will know that my name is Barry Mayberry, and I live in the Encino Park area, and I am here with a grievance, and that is that I took my 7-year-old into the men's restroom in the Encino Park area. I want to start by saying I've never been in this library. It's very beautiful, and I want to compliment Ms. Donellan for her professionalism as I voiced my concern, and she was very kind. So although what I have to say may be somewhat anecdotal, I don't know the policy and the process and of the way you came about the decision to put tampons in the men's restroom, but in my anecdotal polling with friends of mine, I have not found a solution or an answer that even seemingly makes sense to me. I'm 63 years old. I've never seen this as an issue. Ms. Donellan explained to me that there is something called puberty poverty, and I am all for that. As far as I'm concerned, that tampons could be given out free in the women's bathroom. Another solution could be that you put together a family bathroom. But there is no reason why a man should be able to go into a bathroom and have to explain to his 7-year-old. If that is a single man with a of-age daughter that needs that scenario, that is not a little girl. That is a small young woman. There is no logic in this decision. I don't know how you came about it, but I'm here just to simply let you know that my tax dollars, I would not think would go in this direction. There's other things the library could be doing, but I'm asking you to remove them, and that's why I'm here. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Next is Molly Sprenger.
Right. Are we ready for this? Okay. Never done this before, but I'm here, and my name is Molly Sprenger. I'm here to speak as my heart breaks for our kids, for Texas, even for our country. I can't be silent anymore. These are not left or right issues. These are up or down issues. How did having tampons in men's bathrooms even get passed? Better yet, even thought up. We are better than this, Texas. Come on. Never in a million years have we needed this. What changed? Why now? I talked to John Courage, the secretary, and he said the tampons machines are going in all male public libraries in San Antonio. If we accept this, what's next? Our public schools, kids' playgrounds, public businesses are going to be forced to put these in all the men's public bathrooms throughout our country. Come on, this is insane. I am a taxpayer, and I have a right to decide what I want to fund with my hard-earned money. I have had it up to here with all the agendas being pushed on our kids. I'm a mother bear, and I'm down here to speak for my kids. No wonder our kids are at an all-time high on needing counseling for suicide, mental counseling, and suicide counseling. I have several parents that are now struggling with identity confusion because of agendas like this. We have we have countries worldwide that are laughing at us because of our stupidity here in America. I don't get it. I have several parents that couldn't be here tonight, so I'm speaking out for them also. Why in the libraries do men menstruate more there? Dear God, vote for common sense this November. Vote insanity out. We the people have had it. Vote for common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Springer. And next is David Herrera. I'm sorry if I stated that.
Ahead of me, but I guess I'm next. No problem.
I'm sorry?
I thought there was someone in front of me.
That was the interpreter. She did
Oh.
not have a public comment
Okay, fine. That's
from what I was told. Sydney, was that correct? Mercedes, that was a mistake? Okay. Yep, so you're next.
So I think this is these tampon machines are the best political statement ever made. It's a political thing. This is 100% political. I'm around a lot of teenagers, and when I speak to these teenagers and I tell them, hey, you know what? The tampon machines in here, they're appalled. These teenagers are appalled by it. And unfortunately, I guess I'm going to say 100% of you Democrats, you don't see it. You've been so fooled, so mixed up with these politics and these insane policies that are coming from the progressive left. The Democrat Party is no longer the Democrat Party, you know it. Progressive left has completely done something to your brains. Anyway, I'm going to use this tampon issue. And I hope that you keep putting more of these ridiculous issues in libraries, because I'm going to use it as a platform to fight Democrats. That's exactly what this is good for me. I've already started. I'm getting it to my other people, and we're going to show how ridiculous Democrats are when they come up with these tampon machine issues. Yeah, so thank you. And, I was going to ask if you would resign. Would that be okay?
Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to move to online submitted comments, either via the website or voice message. So Nicholas, can you help us with that? Thank you.
From Dan Riley. I viewed last month's meeting, and I must say that I am very disappointed with the library board. One of the members representing the north side of town stated that she could not attend the proposed 12-4 meeting due to a party. The 11/20 date was suggested, and the east side member stated that she could not attend that day due to traveling for the holidays. The board disregarded this and voted to have the meeting on the 20th to appease the north side member. I am disappointed that you would treat the vice chair this way. Makes me wonder how you treat people of color in your districts.
Is that the only comment? Okay. And were there any voicemails that were received? Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to a report from the library board chair. So I am happy to report that I was able to visit some of the library branches this past month, and also attended a meeting at the Austin Public Library. So that was my first time visiting the Carver Branch Library in the Carver Branch Library as part of the Austin Public Library System. And a great experience just to see what the programming is like, and that particular branch. So I've only visited, this is my second branch in Austin that I've visited, and I don't know if this is a theme, but they had quite beautiful mural work there, both inside and outside of the building. So if anyone is in Austin and has a chance to visit their Carver branch, definitely check it out. They also have, I equated it to their version of Texana, but they had a genealogy department there as part in a campus. So they have a museum, the library, and then a genealogy center. That's a standalone building, and so it was really nice, the services that they had available there. So I also attended the ad hoc executive search committee meeting on October 3rd, and I also attended the Great Northwest, yes, anniversary. Thank you, 30th anniversary. That's the one. Thank you so much. So, yeah, so it was a great month for me overall, and I'll look to trustees to share their updates as agenda item number 3, and I'll start on my left. Can I start with you, Marianne?
Yes, I visited my libraries. I went to Bazan Library twice, and then I went to Memorial Library. Also passed by Las Palmas, and it's moving right along. A lot of piles of construction going on there, and so it looking like they're moving pretty fast. I also attended the Facilities Committee meeting this month, and also I participated in the Roberts Rule of Order on October 5th. It was a Saturday to learn more about the library and the board. So that's it.
I attended several meetings this month. I felt like my entire month was just meetings and get-togethers. I am looking forward to going and early voting tomorrow at Cortez, so I'm hoping it's not a 2-hour to 1-hour wait. But if it is, it's okay, because it's a beautiful library. I also attended the parliamentary procedures training, and that was interesting because I remember training when I first became a trustee, which was 12 years ago, and then never again, and this was a really good refresher. So it would be great if maybe we could bring the city here to just give our entire board a refresher. It was very interesting, and they made it engaging. So I'm always a plus for when you make it interactive with your phone, so it's fun.
I attended the facilities meeting. I attended several ad hoc executive director search meetings. And I also was at the Great Northwest 30th anniversary celebration last Saturday, and remembered being at the 25th anniversary celebration. So there we are.
Also consumed with the executive director search meetings. But here in the last few days, I've been able to visit, I guess, about 10 of the early voting sites for the libraries, and I was particularly paying attention to the adherence to the sign policy, and it looked very good. There's some questions. One of the sites, I think it was Bracalo, they had some utility painted lines through the grass as well that seemed to conflict, and I couldn't tell if that was a problem for some of the campaign signs or not. But in general, I was really pleased with pleased with the adherence to that policy, and ran into quite a few people that were very appreciative of it, both visitors of the library as well as campaign folks putting up signs. That helped them understand, what are they, where can they do it, and how many can they do, and so forth. So I was proud, thinking that we did a good job with that. So.
Yes, I also attended the Great Northwest Library Anniversary, which speaks marvels of our library and our community for it being there 30 years and people respect it so much. And also there was a plaque given to a volunteer for Friends of the Library that they have volunteered for over 30 years at that library. So we were happy to give them that plaque and happy to see the councilwoman there as well. And I have also gone to other libraries to kind of see the lines, and I'm excited that everyone's coming out to vote and exercising their right to vote, and happy that the libraries are a place where they can go and exercise that vote. So thank you for allowing people to come and vote at the libraries.
Very happy to be back active after my extended illnesses. So one of my first stops this month was the Facilities Committee, and I am just in awe of the specialists who report to our committee on these really complex construction issues, and I know nothing of construction, and I'm able to walk away with a good understanding of what's going on all of this construction sites. So kudos, continued kudos to them. On October 11th, I helped the folks out at Macrila's Library with a book sale, which was fun. I always get to, they put me at the children's table to set up the displays, and it's like being back in the library again, so I'm just kind of like in heaven there. And then today I was at Macrila's again. We set up a table, and we were celebrating the 60-year anniversary of the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library, and we handed out cupcakes. And if you look at my shirt, you'll see the remnants of the icing from the cupcakes. And while I was, and people were just, they tell stories about Macrila's. Oh, I've been here, I was here when it first opened. And you just see generations of families that continue to enjoy the library. And of course, it's so gorgeous now with the renovations that took place. And while I was there, I voted. Here's my proof.
Well, first, I have been remiss in not thanking Carla so much for covering for me at Briscoe a few months ago. And she loved the experience, and I hope all of you someday get to go to that meeting, because it is a beautiful facility, and it's a really great board over there. And, you know, and now it says San Antonio Public Library in the portal, so I think that makes a difference. The same thing, I also went to I have not been real mobile the last month. I've been really on crutches and not doing well with walking. So I try to walk as little as possible. I'm going to get help tomorrow, hopefully. But I did make it out to the North Branch Branch Library 30th birthday, and I'm just in awe of how beautiful that library is. I mean, I was looking at the ceilings in there and the different tile work. It's really an exceptional library. The rock, and they've done a great job over there, and it's just something to be very proud of. I did make it to voting today, which I was concerned about because I went to Brook Hollow, and the line was very, very long. And so I was very pleased. They saw me on the crutches, and they brought me around to the front of the line, and I'm very appreciative and grateful for that. And they gave me a place I could sit down and actually vote. And I have never had the situation before, so I'm impressed with the kindness and the fact that they had made plans for people who are not walking. So I think that's really, really great. And I also want to thank you all so much for changing the date. I hate to miss these meetings, you know, and I think that the person doesn't, maybe that got lost in the translation, but I really hate to miss these meetings. And so when there's a conflicts with these meetings, I say, well, let's just change the meeting, you know. But I'm hoping that didn't put anybody out in making that change. And but I did appreciate it. So thank you so much. I went to the Friends meeting also. And, I'm sorry, and I had nominated Patsy Light for the Legacy Award, and she's 92 years old, and she's in hospice, and she broke her back recently. So she's, you know, I've been talking to her in and out, you know, and she's in the hospital and out, and she's so thrilled to win this Legacy Award, and she's extremely worthy of it. You know, she's the one who did all the research on the benches, you know, made out of I'm on this medication, the Fabois, thank you, Fabois, and she's done the Angel of Guadalupe books, and she has a whole section of books. Her legacy is phenomenal, and I'm just so proud of her for winning, and she's very excited, and her family is extremely excited, so they're all planning on going and hopefully speaking. She does so many more things than what I even know about, but I think she's a very worthy person to win.
This month, I met with Councilwoman Secor, so kind of just chatted a little bit with what we've had going on here at the library. And then the last few Fridays, I have been spending them at San Pedro Branch Library with my son. So that's been exciting to see him play and see some of the other kids there and interact. So, yes.
I was able to attend the Great Northwest celebration. It was very nice. It's such a gem of a library. My favorite part was the kids. There were so many kids there having so much fun. You could tell that library's very well loved. So I was very happy to be there. Smarty did a great job in making everybody happy. And then Saturday evening they had an event here called En Vivo desde Sananto, and I was able to attend. I had been reading about they were having these workshops here, and Saturday was the culmination of the 3 workshop series, and basically they were going through different participants' journeys of their music of San Antonio. So it was very interesting, a lot of performers, a lot of different creative performances. It was a beautiful night. It was on the terrace, so it was like amazing. One of the performers was Dr. Tomas Ibarra Frausto, and he's a Chicano professor, which, was just really great. So overall, it was a really great night. And I have been monitoring the numbers at the voting sites, and they're just way too big right now for me to go. But I have passed by a few, and I'm like, okay, when I have a little bit more time, then I look forward to voting. And then along with that, committee meetings that I attended. So.
Good afternoon. I attended the City Board training on parliamentary procedures, and that was very, very nice. It was wonderful to have that refresher, and it was just really fun and to see other people in other departments and other advisory committees and things like that. I met with the Councilman McGee Rodriguez, and then I visited the Carver and McCreelys branch during their celebration for the Learning Center, their 10-year anniversary. And so that was nice. And it was very remarkable. They had the same food at both. And I said, boy, that person that had to deliver it was something else. But it was nice. And the Carver did have some people in at that time. I attended the Friends of the Schaefer Branch Library meeting that they had there every other month. They have a meeting. And I attended the 30th anniversary of the Great Northwest Branch Library. And so that was fun. I mean, you talk about children. It was so many children. And I really did appreciate the different areas that they had divided off to paint the rocks and then to make the buttons. And it was very clear where the kids could really roam around and have fun. And I did go and vote at the Schaefer Library today, and that was nice. And but I went early, like at 8 o'clock, and I was in and out in less than 15 minutes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you all. I am always impressed with how you all are balancing all of your trustee-related events, both in and out of the library. I appreciate and acknowledge all of you for taking time out to do that, and I agree with your statements about, all of the statements about Great Northwest. I was talking to some members of Kathy's team about how the branch just keeps on going and going. I don't think, like, when I think about Great Northwest, I think about the main branch and like, oh yeah, there's space on the side. But when I saw the balloon animal line, it was very clear that that was a very, very big space. So that was wonderful to see everyone in their element, and some Halloween costumes there as well. Next, we'll go to our report from our interim library director.
Okay, thank you so much. So many of the things I'll just mention briefly since they've been touched on by the very busy Board of Trustees members attending them. So several of our team also attended the Roberts Rules of Order session, which was excellent, as the board members have said, and I really give them kudos because it was early on a Saturday, but it was very enjoyable. We, of course, had the wonderful program at the Great Northwest 30th anniversary. My thanks to Councilmember Cabello Haverda, Trustee Fernanda Cardenas spoke, and then Mr. McCary, who's here with us for the meeting tonight, as well as Interim Assistant Director Jessica Zurita, who was there in my place. I was out of town, so I'm very much missed attending, and we had 560 attendees to that program, so very well attended. I did want to mention briefly that I had mentioned at our last meeting, we had an issue with some data reporting for hours of Wi-Fi use. This was because of a transition with some of our equipment for Wi-Fi and then also the reporting software. Due to the work of Randall Polasic, who's here tonight, we have that fixed. It's going to show some underreporting for the last fiscal year, but now that we've corrected this reporting issue moving forward, our numbers should be accurate. So you'll start seeing that flowing through the reports, and that'll start ticking those numbers up. Let's see. We do have a briefing later on in executive session about SB 1893, which prohibits the use of certain social media applications on government-owned or leased devices. So we'll have a briefing to the board about that issue. I'm very happy to report that we've completed 2 major heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system projects at the IGO branch and the Pan American branch, and those 2 branches will reopen this next Monday, October 28th. On the other end of the spectrum, the Sims Branch Library is closing for a project. That's going to happen on November 18th. It's a deferred maintenance project, and it's got restroom renovations, interior, exterior painting, and power washing of the building masonry, and we expect to reopen the branch in January after that work. Tomorrow night at the Second Baptist Church, which is right next door to the Carver Branch Library, we have a community meeting. So it's tomorrow, Thursday, October 24th at 6:30 p.m. at Second Baptist Church. And at that meeting, we'll have the design team there, our partners from Public Works, and we'll be presenting the schematic design for that project, which will later be brought to the full board. You heard some public comment on the menstrual equity program, so I'll just give you an update. We're in the final stage of implementing the program. All of the dispensers will be in all 82 of our public restrooms and stocked by November 1st. So we're in the completion stage of that project. And we're also rolling out over the next couple of months a change in how people can get access to their holds materials at the branches and at Central. During COVID, we had called this contact-free, and it kind of involved you kind of walking up to the branch and then your materials were brought out to you. Now, to make it more convenient for customers, we're rebranding it and we're shifting that service a little bit to curbside pickup, similar to what you see at restaurants. And so we're installing permanent signs at a couple of parking spaces at each location, so you can just call the number and they bring the materials out to you. So we think this will be a great improvement for the customers and then also for our staff, because they won't have to drag out those gigantic sandwich board signs every day for that service. So they're excited about it too. As was mentioned, early voting is underway, and so we have 18 locations, branch locations that are early voting vote centers. And on the first day of early voting, over 46,000 votes were cast. 43% of those were at library locations. So really impressive work from the whole team to accommodate the voting and of course, all the Bexar County election officials. And then lastly, I'll just point out to you that at your place, you have the printed strategic plan report. So we're very happy to get that into your hands, and we are heavily in implementation. Just want to give a shout out to Jessica Zarita. This is her baby. And so we're really excited to give you the report tonight, and we'll continue to implement priorities against the plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Great update, and very excited to hear about both branches opening next Monday. That makes communications pretty easy, right? Both branches are reopening. A couple of trustees have mentioned that when you are in these early voting lines, that having the library there to be a nice distraction is very inviting, and I myself have seen that at some of the early voting library centers as well, where parents might be in line and kids will go in and check out some books. So I think that's a fantastic way to spend, in case you are in line for a while, to spend that time. Next on the agenda is the budget report for September 2024.
Excited to go over the fiscal year 24 year-end financial report for you all. It is printed on the green pages in your packet. As of the end of the fiscal year, the library was at 99% spent, including encumbrances, or 98% without them. These are unaudited numbers, so there may be slight changes here and there, but I do not anticipate anything major difference from this report that you're looking at. If you'll notice on the encumbrance column, the remaining balance is $366,000. Those are funds that have been earmarked for goods and or services that had not posted or had been received by the day that I generated this report. Most of the outstanding amounts we did request as a carry forward to fiscal year 25, since those goods and services would not be delivered or provided until until fiscal year 25. The majority of them will be spent in the first quarter of that fiscal year. The remaining budget amount of approximately $550,000, which represents 1% of our total budget, is savings, and there are two main drivers for that. One is our PC replacement program. The actual pricing for the PCs that were purchased were below the budgeted amount for those. And then the electricity, starting in March for the revised budget, we had increased it for a 4% increase in the rate, and the actuals are coming in actually a little bit below last year's actuals, so we hadn't seen that increase come to fruition in our expenditures. For the major gift section, we're wrapping up spending on that, and we look forward to our continued partnerships with the San Antonio Public Library Foundation and the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library. So that completes my report, but if y'all have any specific questions, I could take them now.
I had one question for you. With respect to the utility savings, is that a function of new equipment that's like more energy efficient, or is that just a variation in the ramp up for the rate that we were expecting for CPS? Or
I wish I had time to delve into that. I would think that hopefully with our new equipment, maybe the lower temperatures in some instances, we're just not utilizing as much utility.
And I have a question, because Bree just got my mind thinking about it, especially since we have something coming up later on in the agenda. But thinking about the solar panels that we're going to be putting on libraries, is that going to affect the amount allotted for the next fiscal year? Or will we keep the same amount allotted for electricity and utilities?
I believe in our budget, I'm not quite sure if that flowed through for fiscal year '25 yet.
So no changes yet in fiscal year '25 budget, but what we do each year with both Office of Sustainability, and they present later, Gold is here with us, as well as the Public Utility Department in Finance, is we right-size that budget based on any improvements we've done. So like white roofs, on-site solar will be our first one this go-round, but even HVAC equipment upgrades can affect that.
Abby, I had a question on the overage for the subscription to computer services.
What happened, Paul, on that one was our RFID equipment. You know, we received in a new RFID system. So 2 years of maintenance posted. And that's why I was telling you that these are unaudited numbers, because I will be doing an entry to move the portion that's for 25 over to 25. That'll be an accounting adjustment that's done.
It wasn't a forecasting problem, it was just an accrual accounting issue. Great, thank you.
Gabby puts the fun in fund accounting.
That joke needed to be made. Okay, thank you so much, Gabby. Next, a report from the Executive Committee, and the committee did meet on October 15th, 2024, and set the agenda for this meeting. Once again, I have to express my gratitude to Ms. Harris for leading that meeting. I was a little late in attending due to a meeting I had with the city manager. Next, we'll move to a report from the Advocacy Committee. Judy? Okay, thank you. And next, the Budget Committee. We also did not meet. And a report from the Facilities Committee. It's number 9.
Good afternoon, trustees and interim director. We'll do a few project updates. The Facilities Committee did meet on October 9th. We did have one action item that will be coming to you later for action. And then, so a few updates that we had. So on the Brook Hollow parking lot expansion, that project has been substantially completed. The parking lot opened on October 19th for voting to start on October 20th first. And I was over that morning, Monday morning, and the place was packed. Here's a few pictures of the final product. It's all striped and everything's looking good. We've got sod in there. Irrigation is in place. The Bexar County officials were nice enough to let us put some fencing kind of around all of our new sod to keep people off the sod, and so far they've been respecting that. So that's a good thing for Brook Hollow. The Las Palmas Library renovation, that's, as was mentioned earlier, that has started back up again. Phase 2 construction began on September 25th. We have pictures here. They started working on the front of the building. They have a security camera up front, and they have some fencing all around, and we put some signage on there directing people to our interim site. So that project is moving forward. We have not gotten a schedule on that for completion, but we will share that as soon as we have something for you on that. And there will be a presentation given later on the Las Palmas Learn Center from Dale, so he'll be informing you a little bit about that part of the project. The Texana project is also moving forward. That's coming along quickly. We've got some progress photos, a lot of HVAC and electrical going up, so we'll be moving forward on that, getting a schedule lined up with the contractor on that, and developing that project along further. As was mentioned earlier, we are going to be closing the Semmes Branch Library for their interior renovation project. The scope is going to include repainting of the interior walls and exterior walls, restroom improvements, ceiling improvements. We're also going to do some roof repairs out there, which came up at our last meeting out there. So we do have a closure date scheduled for November 18th, and we're anticipating a 6 to 8 week closure, so it'll be probably mid-January where we get to open up. We're hoping that we don't have any delays from the holidays, so because there's no long lead items on any of the materials that we're putting in, but you never know with holidays how that might affect things. But we'll keep you posted as we move forward on that. And as Kathy had mentioned, we do have a couple of reopenings coming up, both IGO and Pan Am. They'll be opening on a week from Monday. They both closed August 5th for their HVAC projects, so they both had 12-week closures, and staff is very excited to get back in there and open back up again. IGO Branch Library was open. It did open last week as a this week as a voting center, but just in the meeting room area. So. And then there is the construction report is in your packet if you have any other questions, or if you have anything, I can answer any questions right now.
Questions for Mark or Andrea regarding facilities?
Just to clarify, so for instance, like the IGO opening on next week or whatnot, there was no impact on early voting?
No. Early voting will be taking place at 8 o'clock in the meeting room, then the library will open at noon to the public, yes.
And
there may be some parking issues, but.
This week, they are also, there's also early voting. So I think it started on Monday, right, this
At
week?
IGO, yes.
At IGO, and in case it hasn't been implicitly said, there was no like construction or like obstruction getting to the front door. I believe they're at a phase, they have been at a phase the last couple of weeks where it's more internal work that was being done. Is that a correct?
Yes, we made the meeting room available for the first day of early voting this past Monday, made sure that there's open access to the parking lot, to the meeting room, and then also put some additional signage on site just to make sure folks weren't confused, in addition to the regular signage that the elections provides.
And actually, both at IGO and Johnston, because of the ongoing construction, we work with our contractors to pretty much put a hold on anything big happening so they don't take up any parking spaces with their vehicles. So there's regular service going on at IGO, but not any actual construction work right now. So.
I appreciate that. I'm very sensitive to the fact that Las Palmas will be shut down. It's a very active voting site for voting and just in general. So if we minimize that impact on these two libraries that were technically still in construction, I'm glad that it did impact. It did not impact the voting for the site. So good job.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree with your statement. If anything, early voting parking is the easiest it's ever been at IGO because the library is closed, and therefore that parking lot is available. I also wanted to commend you and your team and the team on the work at Bracalo. I think that project really, and I think a few of you went out to vote there, so you may have seen it in person, but that came out really nice, like very, very, very well completed. Execution on that was great. We talk a lot about inside the library. This is an outside the library project, but it was very beautiful. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Looking at IGO too, I'd just like to say that I think that that's a testament to the foresight of previous library boards and administration, looking at the new ways libraries are being used and making sure that the meeting room is separately available from the library itself, so that the library can be closed, but the meeting room still be available. So,
I totally agree. Thank you for sharing that, Beth. Okay, so next we'll go to a report from the naming committee. Josie?
Did meet on September 30th. Dale?
Dale's going to provide you an update.
Very brief. The naming committee did meet. There are 2 action items later on the agenda, and there was another naming, a name related to Las Palmas, that was postponed, so that will not be on the agenda tonight.
Next is item number 11, which is a report from the Ad Hoc Board Policy Committee. Okay. And next, item number 12, a report from the Ad Hoc Executive Search Committee.
We did meet. We met quite a bit. We met September 26th, September 30th, October 1st, October 2nd, and October 3rd. So I want to thank this committee for their dedication and their hard work and their time, and there is an item later on in the agenda.
Thank you so much for that update, Judy, and I also want to thank you for being the chair of that committee, and also each of the trustees that joined you on that search committee. We also had a community member that was part of that, and the committee also included our assistant city manager who's here, Mr. McCary. I just want to formally acknowledge all of you for all of the work. I know that it was not easy, and you all met very, very often, but I appreciate greatly, and I was very impressed when I saw the amount of work that was done in how you diligently showed up and really, thought about the future of the library. So thank you for your work there. Next, we'll move on to a report from the Ad Hoc ILA Committee. The committee did meet on October 9th. And finally, we have a report from the San Antonio Public Library Foundation. Amy?
I know that Denise was here. I was out of town for the last trustees meeting, and I know that Denise conveyed thank you to everybody who participated, but I just wanted to reiterate that in Over the Edge, especially Mr. McCary, who was up there on the roof with me. We kicked off the event first thing in the morning, and we really do appreciate that. It was a really solid first-year event, and we're super happy with it and looking forward to the future. So I'm going to have to read from my notes because I have a lot of numbers to talk to you guys about. Last week at our executive committee meeting, which is our tradition at our October executive committee meeting, we do vote on our annual gift to the library, and that is for 2024, $249,901.09. So that's a percentage of our endowments. We do have one board member that it was driving her absolutely crazy that we were so close to $250,000, and she kept saying, "Can I just donate the extra $89.91 or whatever it is?" And we said no, because it is a percentage of the endowments, and so it needs to be the exact percentage. But so that brought us to looking at what we have for the rest of the year expected and kind of how this year has been. And this, I'm sure you've all noticed that this has been a really good year as far as cash given to the library from the foundation or from other entities that we've solicited. So one of the other things coming up is that HEB will be doing $500 gift cards per branch for Christmas, so that brings their total for the entire year to almost $75,000 in cash and gift cards. That's for every branch, in addition to the $250,000 gift for Las Palmas. So we do hold a lot of money that's previously fundraised for SAPL, but in this year alone, with that annual gift that I just mentioned, so far, and we still have a few weeks, $802,850.93. So that doesn't include anything that we fundraised in a previous year that maybe we've paid out to the library in this year, but that is pretty darn good. The other thing that's exciting, and I can't give you a lot of details because we don't have it in writing, but we are looking at another $125,000 gift that will hit in this year, which will trigger $75,000 from two of my board members for a total of $200,000. So if everything goes well in the next 6 weeks, we could hit $1 million for this year in cash. So we're really happy about that. So that's the good news. So we have a couple things that I need to let you guys know about Katrina Ball. So we do have Katrina Ball coming up November 1st of next year. And so please mark your calendars for that. We will have the sponsor packet out by January 1st. So we're really getting a jump on that, as we're not exhausted from the previous Katrina Ball now. we can get things going a little more quickly than normal. The location will be at the Tobin Center. So that is in an attempt to really drill down on all the expenses, As you've heard me say many times before, Katrina Ball is an exceptionally expensive event to put on. Looking at the numbers from the year, we did it at the Convention Center in 2021, just as sort of a test, and we also wanted extra space and, because it was still COVID and all that. We actually increased our cost to put the event on by moving it back to Central Library by $50,000. And that all has to do with the fact that this isn't an event venue. We love the library, we love to be here, but when a caterer has to come in and build a kitchen, and we have to bring in all the lighting and bring in all the audio visual and all of that, it really increases, especially labor costs. I mean, our bill for labor cost just for the caterers, it's for emphasis, $18,000. $18,000 in labor alone just for the caterers, because they had an army of people here building the kitchen and taking down the kitchen, and we were all here until 3 o'clock in the morning when they got everything packed up, and so we're paying all of those people for all of that time. So the other piece of this that my board is very concerned about that I need to let you guys know is that we comp in 75 people into this event. So that's a lot of people. So for next year, we are still offering comped tickets to all of you, but guests are going to have tickets. And that's going to be the same for city council people and all of that. So that's a way for us to cut our comp tickets in half. And I have to tell you that my board pays to get in, right? So the Library Foundation Board pays to get in. They all buy tables and all of that. So the fact that historically we've comped in 75 people from the city or from associated, non-foundation areas, but yet all of the foundation folks have paid to get in, it's become a little bit of a rub. But, so we're not completely doing without it, but we are cutting it in half. So we do appreciate folks who buy tables every year. Thank you, Paul. But as far as the comp tickets, that's how we'll be doing it from now on. And I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions? Our budget for Katrina Ball for our net is $250,000 next year, and we really hope that we can hit that goal, because we do need to make it a lot higher impact event as far as fundraising goes, since it's our big fundraiser.
Any comments or questions?
I just want to say thank you for explaining that process, because when you announced that it was going to be at the Tobin Center, I did think, oh, I wonder why. So I do appreciate that explanation. And I mean, you're in the business of fundraising, so you know best, you know the numbers. So thank you, and keep on fundraising.
Wanted to say thank you for the gifts. Fantastic. Even though it wasn't a smooth $250,000, that's fine. But I might have missed it. So the $500 gift certificates from HEB, those are at all of the library branches?
Every library branch. So early in the year,
At 4?
this all started last December, but they couldn't get get themselves organized in time. So in January, they gave $1,000 cash and $1,000 in gift cards to every library branch. They weren't going to do it again this year, but I talked them into just doing the gift cards, $500 more in gift cards for each library branch. And so they can spend it on supplies for programs or cupcakes or whatever they want to do. When we did the crazy whirlwind tour of all the library branches with HEB in January, they also introduced all of the branch managers to the store managers that are nearby. So if I had to guess, I would think that things like cupcakes are probably already happening for free, because they've made friends with all of their local store people, which is also what sparked Whataburger into doing something similar, just on a smaller scale, with a $500 donation per branch for back to school, because they were jealous that HEB got all that great press over that.
Well, thank you, Amy. I love that HEB program, and I love the Whataburger program too, because I think the branch managers and the store managers working together is just going to be a great collaboration. But a huge thank you, not only for the endowment gift. I would probably share the board member who was like, "Can we round it up?" I would share that sentiment, but that is amazing. The 802 is amazing, and if it gets up to $1 million, I think that will be a record for the history of our relationship together. So thank you so much for everything you do, and I know you're not doing it all alone, so please share with Denise and the rest of your team as well. We really appreciate everything the foundation's doing. Thanks. Next, we have a report for the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library that's going to be given by Kathy Donlin. Yes.
Hi. So John Costello couldn't join us tonight because voting. He's heavily involved in that. So he asked me to share that the Arts and Letters Award Ceremony is Sunday, November 10th at 2 p.m. at the Mission Branch Library. As Marcy had mentioned earlier, a legacy award is going to Patsy Pittman Light. Their Arts Education Award is going to Ken Little, and the Artistic Merit Award is going to Eddie Vega. And just very briefly, John asked me to share a little bit about each awardee. Patsy Light is an accomplished artist, author, educator, and philanthropist who has made an immeasurable impact to the San Antonio art community. Ken Little has been the role model to hundreds of students over the years just in San Antonio. He has championed their work at his former gallery. And then an educator by profession, Eduardo Eddie Vega, is committed to promoting the values of education and literacy to all, especially through his position as the 7th Poet Laureate of San Antonio. So we're very excited about that event, and John hopes you can all join in on that event. Their next Board of Directors meeting is Sunday, November 17th at 2 p.m. at the Maverick Branch Library. Thank you.
Okay, so next we are going to go into, go past the report part of our agenda, essentially, and I was asked to accommodate a agenda item, number 20, to receive a recommendation from Facilities Committee regarding the on-site solar project for the rooftop and parking canopy for Igo Branch Library. So I'm going to invite Jessica to the podium to introduce our speakers. And then after this agenda item number 20, we'll go back to 16 and continue in the agenda.
Good afternoon, Library Trustees. So tonight is a presentation and a proposal for an action item from the board related to on-site solar for the Igo Branch Library. This is a topic that's been in discussion for several months. The Facilities Committee was briefed and has approved this item to move forward to the Library Board. And so this item is in partnership with the city's Office of Sustainability, who has been a wonderful partner with the library system through the years, whether it be a retrofit for lighting or something as innovative as this solar project. So with us tonight is the formal presentation. So we do have the Deputy Sustainability Officer, Golda Obenzu, who is here with us and will share slides with you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, trustees, interim director. My name is Golda Obenzu. Our director, Doug Melnick, he is just flying back from a conference, so he's not able to make it, so I will be presenting on his behalf. My presentation overview, I will not go maybe past 10 minutes, but I wanted to at least let you look at the overview. I will go over the reason why we're here, why I'm here, the City of San Antonio Climate Preparedness, give you a little background on the municipal on-site solar project, some project information. I know that we did talk about the utility savings, so I will go over that during my presentation. Current libraries that are in the project scope, and then we will discuss Igo solar project. For our Office of Sustainability, usually when I present on why we're here, I usually talk about for the City of San Antonio, in 2017, the city did pass a resolution to meet the objective of the Paris Climate Agreement. And so we took a really big step forward in 2019, and this was huge for us, where the City Council approved the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, SA Climate Ready, that we stayed for short. And usually I tell people this is the Bible for the Office of Sustainability. Within the CAP plan, it's the city's roadmap for both community and municipal sustainability. And so on the municipal side, or overall for the plan, we want to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions, and our goal is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and to adapt to current and future climate impacts. And then for the city, the municipal facilities, being carbon neutral, zero emissions by 2040. Which really leads us to want to just go over just the general background on what is on-site solar, and then I'll go into the overall project information. So what is on-site solar? On-site system that directly reduce the facility's need to purchase electricity from the grid. And so when the sun is not shining, that facility would actually buy power from CPS Energy. But overall, you're trying to use the sun to generate electricity for the facility. It goes right into the facility and reduce what we're paying to CPS Energy. And of course, it does adhere to our, one of our CAP plans, and we want to be able to generate clean energy to be used directly by these facilities. For the next couple of slides, I'm going to go over how we analyze how did some of these libraries come onto our list, how we looked at the city's overall building portfolio, how we developed a unique request for proposal. It was actually a two-phase proposal, and it was also pretty unique for the procurement division for the city. And then how did we fund this project? The city did have to issue debt, and we took on some state loan, and of course, this solar project could not be possible without the Inflation Reduction Act. And so that was one of the key things with the federal tax credit. For every dollar that we will spend on these solar projects, the city will receive 40 cents back from that. And of course, the electricity cost saving. I guess I will just summarize it for the electricity cost savings. That savings from the utility budget for the libraries will actually come back into a fund to be able to pay for both the debt and the ongoing operation and maintenance of the facility, of the solar system. One thing we did not want to do is being able to install the solar system and then pretty much leave it to Mark's group to operate and maintain it. It was enough savings that we're making sure that we're going to return that money back into an account and then pay for the ongoing operations and maintenance. So overall, how did we do the site evaluation process? We had different departments like the libraries, fire station, all the other facilities, and then we looked at the minimum footprint. We have to be able to generate the solar system and place it back into the facility. So we have to look at facilities that would be able to generate enough electricity. We did have an consultant, Rocky Mountain Institute, that was really, really helpful in really getting to the finish line for this unique project. We also evaluated the roof condition because then we would have to engage our risk management, the facilities department, as far as are you going to replace a roof, and then we can coordinate that installation. And then, like I said, we had to evaluate the building electrical load in order to match the potential system size. And then we identified potential plans for sites. We know that with IGO and Las Palmas and others, we had to coordinate because there's bond projects and, of course, with the elections coming up. So overall, we looked at 100 sites, community centers, libraries, service centers, all of that. And then let me go to the next slide. We had to roll this up into a request for a proposal. I'm not going to read all of this. I just wanted to at least give the trustees an idea of, we had to issue an RFP, and what we really wanted to do was, we wanted the market to tell us. We gave these sites, and so we wanted respondents to tell us what buildings would work and what wouldn't. And what we wanted to do is the last bullet here. We wanted to select a third party to develop projects where neither the CPS Energy nor the city would be responsible for construction, operations, maintenance of the solar project. And that was a due difference in this type of RFP. And so we did an RFP, request for proposal. We shortlisted, interviewed, and then we did a best and final offer. That was done through our procurement division. And so the vendor that was selected, we went in front of council November 9th, 2023. The selected vendor was Big Sun Solar, who is currently installing the solar. Before I forget, off to your right, that is the Southside Lions Senior Center. So that is, we finished that project a couple of months ago, and so that is up and running. We brought before council two agreements, one for $30.8 million for the master services agreement. This was a little bit unique where it's an overall master services agreement, but we're going to do it by individual sites. And that's why we're here asking for permission for IGO. And then also, two, we have a separate operation and maintenance agreement. And of course, the project scope is to install solar panels on either rooftop or parking canopy systems. And of course, we brought before council 42 sites that we've selected. The project timeline is this will run over 3 fiscal years. We did start in FY24. We were able to get 6 completed, and we promised council about 29 in FY25, but that might have been too, we may make it, but we'll see. Total system capacity within the master services agreement, Big Sun Solar did agree to deliver 13.6 megawatts to the city. Annual estimated savings is approximately $1.8 million, reduction in our electricity cost, and this will offset overall for the total city's building portfolio about 11% of the electricity usage, and it will help offset 18% of the greenhouse gas emissions. And speaking with Kathy, just wanted to at least, this is not what we're here asking you to approve, but just these are the sites that were included in the 42 sites. We know that Brook Hollow, Carver, Las Palmas, we're working with Public Works, with Mark, and really coordinating. We will come back for approval for these 3, but we'll coordinate as far as when installation can begin. If you do approve IGO today, we did speak with Kathy that we will wait till after the election to do that installation.
Can we ask you some questions as you're going through? Okay. First question is, at what phase, you kind of showed a slide that had how you got to the RFP stage. So at what stage do you have detailed plans available for each of these locations and the solar plan design? Is that was that included in the RFP, or is that later?
Within the best and final offer, the respondents had to provide to the finance department their costs for this project. And so they did about 10% design. And so during the request for proposal, they did do site visit. I did provide them, my division provided them with electricity information so that they can size the system appropriately. They did not have to do 100% design, but being able to give them, or if we had as-built, but give them enough information where the design they were comfortable with, the construction cost they were comfortable with, and then they wrapped that in a package to our procurement team during the best and final offer. Mm-hmm.
So this, today you're here to ask us to consider the project specifically for the rooftop and a parking canopy for IGO Branch Library, is that correct?
Yes, only for IGO right now.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
And do you have a detailed plan of what that looks like? I may have stopped you before you got to the slide. So.
So overall, this is what we have. Off to your right, I just kind of cropped it out of the plans from the Big Sun Solar, the contractor. So we do have plans, actual drawings that we have to get the permits for, obviously, and the CPS energy interconnection. There's a lot of processes that they have to do. So off to your right, they're just really showing those small rectangles in blue. That's just the solar panels being placed on the rooftop. And just south of that, just off to the right, is just a small carport canopy. And what I have here is that the system size is about 156 kW. You know, that's probably medium. And it's going to offset about 60% of the electricity that's being used by IGO. And it's called behind the meter. And of course, the Big Sun Solar is currently working with CPS Energy because there's all kinds of requirements for that interconnection and installing solar behind the meter. The electricity saving, cost saving that we're looking at is about between $20,000 or $24,000 annually. And again, that will be placed someplace on a monthly basis to come back into a fund to repay that debt. So yes, we do have overall plans, but I just kind of cropped out this piece just to show what it would look like.
So what precautions, if any, do we need to be aware of when it comes to safety of the system, like in terms of blocking off access either to, I don't know if there will be storage included in this design at all?
No storage. As far as not disrupting it, or?
Just libraries have, especially a location like IGO, there's just people around, kids playing and things like that.
I see
so
what
can you
you're
talk
saying.
a little bit about?
So on the roof, it will be out of sight, out of mind. You know, it's kind of tilt, so you'll see it from afar. So for the roof system, should not be a problem there. Interconnection will be in the electrical room, so out of sight there. Carport canopy, it's pretty high. I forgot what the height of that is based on the angle and for the sun. So for as far as kids or anyone getting access to it, it will be, they can access it.
I have a couple other questions, but let me pause and see if any trustees.
And really, this is my last slide, so any questions, I'm available.
Questions from trustees?
I believe that we have at the Northeast Senior Center, we have it battery storage ready. We're trying to look at maybe other sites that can actually install, when they install the solar, have it to be battery storage ready. So if the city has maybe grants or whichever, to be able to install actual batteries for that. So that's one of them that we're looking at. Some of these facilities are old, and so really there's really only so much we can do. We have upgraded these facilities, lighting, HVAC. I believe as far as resilience and being ready, the next step, would be battery storage backup in case power is down and being able to store it there.
And Paul, I could add to that a little bit. So I participated as the library's representative on both this project as part of the RFP evaluation process and vetting our facilities for participation in this process. And then also the city has a task force on resiliency, and I'm the rep on that as well. So what we're looking at is proposing to the board some priorities in our building program for the 2027 bond to shore up our resiliency at library locations for cooling and warming centers. So it is part of a bigger plan. It is site-specific, as Golda mentioned, because some of our facilities have much easier kind of low-hanging fruit. Others, it's much more extensive, but it is things like having a connection in our electrical panel to bring in generators if we need to, energy efficiency, kind of the whole picture, so sustainability and resiliency.
Can you talk to whether there's any storm modeling was done in selecting of these sites, and just to predict like potentially hail damage or any other like storm-related damage that could affect solar panels?
When we posed that question to the various respondents, as far as the type of panels that they are using, UL listed, they've done testing on that as far as hail. And so pretty much being able to state, here's the location, the city of San Antonio is located here, what is the impact on maybe if we get hail or uplift for wind, it's taken into account on their design and also to the specs for the solar panels. So they have looked at that. Mm-hmm.
And my last question is, will the installation of these solar panels for IGO, this is an IGO specific question, will it require any additional closures?
No, I'll let Kathy. We're trying not to do that, but what we're really trying to do, especially with the contractor, they are aware that really it's the library that calls the shot. And so really Kathy and her team, when we developed the project schedule, being able to work around, not having a closure or with the elections coming up. So really we work in tandem with Kathy's team.
So the city now has some experience with the installation duration and the process, so we feel pretty confident that if there's any need for a closure, it'll be very limited, but we'll bring back dates, of course, to the facilities committee and the board, because this isn't a project that you've delegated that to me as interim director. Okay. So, yeah, and it'll be our goal to minimize it. Parking lot, it's probably going to be around the immediate area for the canopy. Rooftop, we've gotten some information that it's hopeful that it'll be a pretty short duration. So
I think the fact that IGO is closed and has been closed since August 5th, I am very sensitive to taking another closure, especially during the school year. That branch is very closely located to a number of schools, and they've already kind of been, I think, experiencing some difficulty in terms of that closure. So that's one of my hesitations about IGO. But let's see if there's any other questions.
A final quick one. Is there an educational component at all for the citizens on the project?
We do have a portal that really, it's internal, it's probably not external. But as far as at the library and maybe a kiosk or something like that, it's not here right now. We could look at that because, again, the contractor Big Sun Solar is really open for, having something like that. We do have the workforce development piece or aspect of it, but as far as having that in the library, I don't think we looked at that. But
I guess I'm saying educational component, also as much as a PR component, so that citizens understand what steps are being taken. And I know that people, when things are on the news, libraries always stand out, and it's always kind of feel-good type stories, but I would think
we do have the sustainability dashboard, and we do have, as they're coming on, we're not going to, maybe at the end of the project, but within our sustainability dashboard, we talk about solar. This could be one of them that we, once we have all sites up and we know what they're producing and being able to have that component, maybe at the end of it. But through our website, you can, we do have information on this.
What I've seen in the past is some of the digital signage that is employed in the facilities that might be using some sort of solar. They will have that extension of the dashboard specific to that site, and
Absolutely. We can, so when the city adopted the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, I sat down with Doug Melnick, the Chief Sustainability Officer, and we went through some opportunities specific to the library. One of them was around education and public awareness. Quite frankly, we have some demonstration projects at some of the locations that aren't totally leveraged with that education piece. So we can go back and look at those opportunities. I think an easy one for us as this rolls out is the library's digital signs within the library, and we can put some content relative to that. And then, of course, there'll be a whole public awareness campaign about the project as a whole, since it's so many sites. So we'll put an emphasis on that and kind of refresh.
Our outreach team, because we do a lot of outreach also.
I love that idea, and I think it's an opportunity to showcase how the library is part of something innovative, right, in terms of like climate action. So maybe even like a commemorative feeling plaque or some type of display that just mentions the year that this, and the impact that it's having, because right now it's 60%, and as electricity becomes more and more expensive in the out years, I bet it will be offsetting a lot. I'm guessing it will be offsetting a lot more from that perspective. So, Beth, I think you had, go ahead.
So if we approve this action for IGO, I don't know if you've told us, but when do you start and how long is it going to take?
I don't have a concrete answer for that, because once if you approve tonight, then we would have to get with the contractor and talk with Mark. And again, it's going to be after the election, but then look at staging, and again, we will try to keep it open. More than likely, it will be open. We're not going to close. And so then the contractor will develop the project schedule.
We can bring this back to the next Facilities Committee meeting with the details,
Yes,
because
we
I
can
want to
provide
make
that.
sure Facilities Committee and the board's comfortable. The goal is no closure, but we'll come back once we have that schedule, because we want to make sure you approve.
Are there other projects that have been done that you know how long they took?
Actually-
kind of similar to this one?
I was going to end with this. So right here is the first project that we completed May 29th of this year. That's at the Gene Yates Community Center off Rafa, I think it's west. Now, even though this was a small one, this was about just 35 kW, just a couple of panels, they really did this in about maybe 2 weeks. A brand new metal roof, it was easy. It's a community center, it was open at a certain time, but the Parks facility really worked with us. So far, ma'am, all of the rooftop construction, we did not close any projects. Currently at our One Stop, the development center off of Alamo, we're doing both carport and rooftop. It's just the carport or parking that's a bit of an issue sometimes. But if we're doing any work on the roof, which the majority of IGO is on the roof, we're not closing. The only thing is maybe noise, and then that's when we work with, again, Mark's group, and when they can start, when they can stop, and when the libraries are open. So I'm almost positive that for IGO, we will not need to close that library.
This may be a simple question. I assume that because you mentioned that it switches on and off between availability of sunlight and lack of sunlight, I assume that's seamless? Nobody has to go into the electrical room and throw a switch or anything
ma'am.
like that?
No. That's pretty much seamless. When
Thank
the sun
you.
is shining, yes, it operates.
So I did see that you had a list of upcoming libraries that were going to have the solar panels. At what point are all the libraries going to have this?
All libraries? There might be others that we can consider, just because maybe some other sites may not work out, but I really don't know the answer off the top. Right now, these 4 are pretty much what we somewhat vetted and talked with Kathy's group and looked at the consumption, looked at how big that system needs to be, interconnection and working with CPS and permitting. So, but the others are not off the table.
Yeah, so Fernanda, as Golda had mentioned, it was a really long evaluation process, and it was basically at this point what the market will bear. in terms of the cost recovery for the vendor and making sure that no cost comes to the library or any of the other city departments for maintenance. So it was supposed to be, net neutral to the city for this project. So it really was those factors of size of the building, what energy load it needs for it to make sense. And then also, just to let you know, we did take into account some other factors when we proposed libraries and then triangulated on these 4 that are feasible. Like, for example, we wouldn't do it on a historic facility, like Landa. It's too small anyway. But there were a lot of factors that went into these 4. But going forward, we're very aggressive on anything we can do at libraries, whether it's on-site solar or LED lighting retrofit. We've done on a lot of projects, of course, new HVAC equipment. So we're best friends, basically, always pushing for what we can do at the libraries. So it may not be that all libraries ever have rooftop solar. So like the View Corridor at the Mission, for example, there are just facilities that this particular energy efficiency tactic may not be appropriate to, but we do other things. So
Thank you.
Are there actually buildings that are not large enough to install enough solar panels to meet the electrical need of the building? Is that?
Yes, ma'am. As
Okay.
far as when you look at the cost of, because like Kathy said, Landa is a perfect example. Maybe it only takes a couple of panels, but all the construction for that to get the return on what it would save, it just would not be worth it.
Marcy, did you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is a very exciting development, and I think the taxpayers are going to be very pleased with the outcome of this, and I applaud your being so forward-thinking in this, and particularly as the climate continues to warm, and I don't see it rebating at all, so I think that this is a great step forward. Many of my questions have already been answered, but thank you so much.
Okay, well, I have one final blanket statement to make when I look at Carver and Las Palmas on this list for the slide that's up right now. It would be ideal, in my opinion, to get those solar projects done while those branches are under construction or being remodeled. So I know, Kathy, you'll take that under advisement for future planning. And then, Scott, if you can assist us with the slide that has the motion, I will entertain a motion for this item once we have it up. The suggested motion is here. Of course, you can modify as you see fit.
I'll motion to approve the rooftop and parking canopy solar plan for the Igo Branch Library as presented.
Second from Marcy? Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussions that?
I do want to share one thing that did come up in discussion, not particularly about Igo, but the other branches. In particular, Carver and Las Palmas, we really did want to make sure that wherever the placement happened, it made sense with the renovations and the artwork that's being installed. So a lot of that is also going to come up during community input and things like that. So we're looking at all areas before anything definite happens there.
Carla Gurgiello. Joanne Harris. Josie Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz.
Aye.
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 Very much for that, that great informative report, and thank you, Kathy, for assisting with some of our questions. Next, we'll go back to agenda number 16, and this is a staff report I believe Jake will be providing this. Yes. A staff report on vote centers at San Antonio Public Library for the November 2024 uniform election.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Interim Director, members of the board. And my name is Jake Odlin, one of the Public Services Administrators. And I also have the honor of being the staff liaison of Bexar County for the elections. And it's been a very active election so far. It's a pleasure to say that the first day had unbelievable turnout, 46,000 total people voting in Bexar County, and of that, 20,000 voted at our libraries, so about 43%, and that's with us having 18 vote centers for early voting, and there being 51 total in the county. So we're definitely overperforming as usual, and as expected, given the fact that our libraries are such great places for people to do so many things, including vote. We kept up the pace on the next day, on Tuesday, with 48,000 people voting in this county, and 20,600 voting, so we had about 500 increase. We're expecting maybe it to start dipping down a little bit. So our parking lots are jam-packed, lines are out the door, but our staff are prepared, ready to go, and very well supported in being able to help host our elections. So usually not the one with the clicker. Let me see how this works. There we go. All right. Here's a list of our libraries serving as vote centers, and I do have to apologize to the wonderful team at the Encino Library. I realized as I was reviewing my notes, I inadvertently left them off. But we have 18 libraries serving as voting centers. Just please put Encino on the list in your head, and then with Central being our election day only site right here. Of that list, the top, Encino has been the busiest library so far for voting, with 36,000 people voting total over the last 2 days. And our top 5 libraries are Encino, Brook Hollow, Cody, Igo, and Semmes. But all of those libraries have had great turnout, and I am happy to announce that Johnston, which is still officially closed to the public for public service, but open for voting on Monday, is the 23rd busiest library of the 51. So we had 870 vote there on the first day and 880 vote there on the second day. So I know there was obvious concern and just a need to really make sure that people had the information about Johnston, but people are voting there, the lines are long, and the parking is non-existent. So it's been going well at Johnston for the voting. A couple things, just some notes on what we did to help prepare for voting. When Bexar County sent us a list of sites that they wanted to use for elections, we agreed to all of them, including having to change some dates of some of our construction projects, and like we mentioned with Igo and Johnson especially, making modifications to our construction schedules to make sure that we would be able to meet the voting needs of the public. So we're very responsive and working very closely with Bexar County Elections to provide them with everything they need with that. So, and they're very happy with that, and they do let us know how important the San Antonio Public Library is in them being able to host their elections. They really see us as a gem and a jewel. We definitely worked a lot with our staff on how to host elections. Were very nervous coming into this one. Back in the spring, when I would talk to staff about what they needed, would they need help with security, what they might need. Hey, I think we're good now, but I'm really worried about November. Hey, I think we're good now, I'm really worried about November. So as we got closer to that, it took some time to do some very intense training with all of our librarians in charge about how to host an election, really what is our role, and also helping them understand that we're the hosts. Our biggest thing is we open the door in the morning. We let the judges get in so they can prepare and open the door for the voters. We also make sure that things go well in terms of heating, air conditioning, whatnot, and we've got some responsibilities outside, signed policies, whatnot, but a lot of the stuff that they may be worried about is election offices, electioneering, campaigning, somebody trying to wear a campaign hat into a polling place. That's the elections office. So really kind of laying out where our responsibilities are and where their responsibilities are, and the staff really appreciated having that understanding. We were provided this go-around with a federal grant that was passed through the city's Physical Security Office, where election security navigators are provided for all of our library branches that can accommodate them with having these navigators be outside the 100-foot election electioneering line. So what that is somebody provided by the city who, during all hours of voting, and a little before, a little after as needed, who's there providing sort of a physical deterrence, a visual deterrence for any kind of hijinks that might be happening, but then also there to report any concerns immediately to Bexar County. Bexar County is then able to dispatch as needed, so that is how we're providing security at the elections this cycle, through this Election Security Navigator, which is, thankfully, said funded by our federal grant. Also, really need to commend all of our staff who are working additional hours. Our librarians especially they're coming in 6, 7 in the morning to help make sure that those libraries are open for the judges, and they're staying as long as they need. We've had, and which as we get further along, could be 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight, because as you're aware, as long as the last person in the line when the polls close is able to vote. And if we have those long lines, especially closer to the end, they could be there for hours waiting. So, and then afterwards, when the election staff need to close up, so our staff are really taking it. This is important, scheduling themselves extra hours and doing everything that they can to be there and to help us host elections. And then just also noting that the importance of this, definitely working on that communications, and it's really nice, with Microsoft Teams, with cell phones and whatnot. I've got our library staff texting me, emailing me, calling me all the time, letting me know what's going on so that we can make those snap judgments, like we can provide that information. Things are happening maybe at a polling place, I can get in touch with Bexar County Elections really quickly to get that fixed. So that communications has gone swimmingly well. Things are going good so far, and we're just gonna do the best we can to keep up over the next week and a half. And then, let's see, and then that's a little visual representation of how we have our libraries all throughout the city that are providing elections for everybody. And then Scott Williams is going to say a bit about the engagement.
Thanks, Jake. I'll be brief. In addition to all the work that goes into making our locations available for voting, we also work to raise awareness in our community of libraries as spaces for civic engagement. So what that looks like is a public engagement campaign that we stand up anytime there's an election, which feels frequent. So we sort of feel like we're always running these campaigns, so we try to freshen them up from time to time. The graphic design element you see on the right side of this slide is a new iteration of our vote campaign. So we rolled this out just for the November election this year. We message about elections and civic engagement at the library in 3 phases. The first phase focuses on voter registration. So about 2 months before an election, we begin messaging about the availability of voter registration applications at library locations in English and Spanish, and of course our staff's ability to help people with that process, help them understand what they need to do in order to register to vote, and a lot of emphasis on that deadline to make sure that people know when they have to complete and return that application in order to be registered to vote for the next election. Once the registration deadline passes, we transition to a second phase of the campaign where our messaging focuses more on the early voting dates and the vote by mail application deadline, the date by which you have to request a mail ballot from the state if you are eligible to vote by mail. So that's the phase of the campaign that we're in right now, obviously, as we're promoting the availability of libraries as early vote centers, and we're really trying to push that vote by mail application deadline for folks, which is October 25th. That's coming up. And then after early voting comes to a close, we have a brief window there where we transition specifically just to talking about Election Day, making sure that folks know that their libraries are available to them as places that they can vote. We stand this campaign up in a lot of different places. You'll see that messaging on our social media platforms, through direct email that goes out to our library users. I'm sure many of you received those emails. Our digital signage at many of our library locations, we have 18 locations that have those digital signs inside. Of course, you'll see it on our website. We also coordinate with the news media to make sure that they have access to library locations in accordance with state elections law, of course, so that they can cover elections news from library sites. So this is not an exhaustive list, but for example, this week on Monday, we had KABB and WOAI broadcasting live from Great Northwest Branch Library. We had KENS 5 broadcasting broadcasting live at Cody. We had the essay report and the Express News covering a group of people organizing to vote at the Memorial Branch Library. And then yesterday we had Spectrum News broadcasting from the Collins Garden Branch Library. So the news media in town sort of knows library locations as spaces where they can use the library as a backdrop to cover the election. And so that helps people in our community recognize the library as somewhere that they can engage civically and express their right to vote. Of course, it's come up a couple of times tonight. I won't dwell on it, but we knew that we had an additional challenge this go-around with both the Igo and Johnston branch libraries being closed for renovations. So it was our responsibility to go a little bit above and beyond and make sure that folks knew that those libraries were available as voting sites. So we did that by a number of means. We sent direct email to patrons of those libraries a couple of times, making sure that they knew that although the library was closed for library service, it was open for early voting. We also, the signs that Kathy mentioned, there's a photograph of one here. They just say vote, and they say open for voting in English and Spanish. Those signs are placed both at Igo and at Johnston. This image is just demonstrative of the sign. That sign is actually out on Kyle Still Parkway near the monument sign for Igo, and in Johnston, it's at the corner there, right on the corner near the monument sign there as well, so that folks can see it as they're driving by. It doesn't do much good at the entrance to the library, because by that point, you figured it out. So that concludes my report, and I guess our report, but we're happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Are we taking advantage of a captive audience to market library services and library cards while people are there to vote?
That you mentioned that, Beth. We just today, my team talked through a strategy that we're going to implement over the next week to close out the library card campaign to engage some of those long lines that we're seeing and making sure that folks know about our new library cards. So brief answer is yes.
Clarity on the security navigators, those are Bexar County directed individuals? Bexar County elections?
City of San Antonio. Just our ITSD physical security, which provides our contract security coverage.
And are they a resource for the library staff should there be any issues, or is there?
Yes, basically ensured if they observe something that's not necessarily election related, they can report that as well. So it's also a resource. But it's through a federal grant, through a city department, IT physical security, but it's in close coordination with Bexar County elections. And so we even reviewed with that team the post orders for the navigators, what they can do, what they can't do, to make sure that it didn't cross any literal lines of where they can be.
I did want to share that my best friend did go vote at Johnston today because she was one of the main people who was concerned. I know the library's closed, what's going to happen? And Kathy was very quick to respond to that when I was like, how are we getting this out to people? But I will share that she said it was a 40-minute wait, which not an hour. We all know parking, always going to be an issue whether the library's open or not, but that the room had fans, it was very comfortable, people were being taken care of, so very good report about how Johnston was set up. So I really do appreciate that. And then I did want to mention, Ken's was the one, was it Ken's who used the photo of Great Northwest? So as I was reading the article, I noticed I don't think they ever mentioned Great Northwest. They mentioned two other libraries and didn't credit Great Northwest. And I know that's just a minor technicality, but I thought I was going crazy, so I went back and looked at the other two libraries just to make sure like my visual was not wrong. And I don't know if they can print anything, like add a caption to it. Okay.
We had a similar issue at the Memorial Branch Library where the reporter misquoted the location as Mission, and so we had that corrected. Thank you for letting me know about that. I'll make sure we get it corrected.
I had a question, Jake, you mentioned, I never thought about this, so I think it would be good for us to all know what the procedure is here. You mentioned if someone is wearing like a campaign hat and enters the polling area, what are the rules around that? Because I assume people come wearing their candidate shirts, so how do...
The county enforces the state's ban on, or, I don't know if that's a specific word, that limitation against campaigning within the 100-foot zone, which is clearly marked and spray painted. So they would be asked to take that off, to step aside, maybe turn a inside out a t-shirt, but they can't be wearing any of that stuff into the polling place.
I'm sure Paul would have known that answer too, but I did not know that. Okay. And then I just want to thank you, Jake. This was really informative, and I'm sure we've gotten briefed on this before, but knowing that the election is imminent now, I really appreciate all of the information that you provided, so thank you so much for that. And Scott, some feedback for you. I really love this design, very clever. I have a couple questions for you. Will this be available? Are there graphics also created for the election that show like Spanish language, primary language?
Sorry, I think we're running out of batteries. I'll get these replaced. When we stand these campaigns up, the word vote, of course, works in both languages. The graphic design in almost every case is exactly this simple. It's just that word. The copy that we develop that goes along with it in email and social is translated. And so when we promote the availability of voting, we promote it in English and Spanish. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next, we have agenda number 17, and this is an update on the design and implementation of the Learn Center at the Las Palmas Branch Library. Dale will be presenting, and I know there's going to be lots of questions.
I'm awake.
Good evening. I think I'm going to be here for a little while, so that's okay.
You have 10 minutes, Dale.
I'm going to try to be as brief as I can be.
No pressure.
So just a little bit about Learn. I'm sure you're all familiar with the idea that, well, as a couple of you remarked on, 10 years ago, we embarked on this project. We had a very short notice from city leadership at the time to come up with something for adult education, and I think we did a great job. I was a very small part of that, but I'm not patting myself on the back. I mostly just let it happen. As we have a bond renovation, or obviously if you all were to have us build a brand new library, we always consider, is there a need in that neighborhood for adult education? It has happened that in the last several renovations, Macrelas, Memorial, Las Palmas, we have definitely seen the need. And clearly Las Palmas has that need. I do want to also mention that the Learn Centers, how they were planned to work is together with adult education that the school districts provide, which they are required to provide by state law. We're not trying to do their job. They work together with what the Alamo colleges do. So it's not mostly formal classes. As you may know, if you're taking a class to get your GED and you're falling behind on multiplying fractions, generally there's no way for you to talk to the teacher outside of class. Kind of too bad for you. And then as you all know, anytime you get behind it, now you're going to class, but you don't really know what you're doing. So it's that kind of thing that the Learn Centers were developed to address. At Las Palmas, this is the little piece of the design. There will be 8 public computers. There will be a desktop computer for the training officer. That's the city title that we use for the adult teacher for adults. Of course, we'll have laptops, and then we use a large TV, and obviously it has its own dedicated telephone. Each Learn Center develops their own programming, in part based on what the neighborhood needs and what people ask for. So I know at one point, for example, at Carver, it was mostly how to look for a job. You know, we've had others where most of the focus, when we had a Learn Center at Cortez, it was mostly grandmothers wanting to learn to speak English, to speak with their grandchildren in English. So we respond to what the community wants. And we have people help each other out. Even though this was some years ago, at Westfall, we had a group of international students who wanted to have a higher TOEFL score. We had a group of other people trying to work on the math part of the GED. The TOEFL students were trying to get into medical school. They were great at math. So we actually we created a class where these international students were teaching math and then being able to practice English. That's the kind of thing that the training officers do to just respond to what's happening in their neighborhood. A lot of this is one-on-one, and then as there is a need for classes, maybe citizenship, maybe create a resume, then the training officers will develop something more like a class. Or it may be, you know, 5 people working together. So that's the idea is to take the idea of a public library. As you know, come to the public library, you don't have to make an appointment, you don't have to register, you just come. So this is the idea of adult education on that same philosophy. You just walk in and somebody's ready to help you. And they will start today with helping you figure out what is your goal, and then how can we break that goal into achievable pieces. So and then they work on developing those skills that are achievable. At Las Palmas, for our last public meeting, we had this picture. So you can see this is like an actual photo of actually inside Las Palmas right now to show the area where the Learn Center will be. Of course, it will have furniture and technology, and, you know, of course, that's not there yet. So, I'm sorry? Yes, that's the back door that you're seeing that goes to that back parking lot. So I think it's going to be a great location. I know the community is really looking forward to it. I will say in the city budget this year, we received 9 months of funding for the training officer for Learn. So the training officer will be hired a good bit before the branch opens, which is what we've done before. And then they'll receive training, and then they'll have the opportunity to work at other Learn Centers. So when Las Palmas opens, that training officer isn't going to be trying to learn the ropes. They're going to be ready to start helping people on day one. And I certainly appreciate that we got that extra position. So it is an extra position added to our budget with 9 months of funding.
Can we ask you questions as you go, or would you like us to wait till the end?
No, you cannot ask me questions as I go. The reason being, I'm finished.
So we can ask you questions?
You can ask all the questions you want.
Yes. Thank you, Kathy. So I think, thank you for providing this update. Can you go back one slide? You mentioned that the format of this interaction is like drop-in, and it's meant to be like always open, always on kind of service. Can you talk a little bit about the individualized assistance? How are the the training officer, I think is the right terminology, how are the training officers providing assistance, and how are they tracking that? So if someone comes from one branch to another branch, is there continuity of service? Is there ability to like assess their progress and you know, just kind of like have your plan with you all the time?
Right. So mostly I think people use one of the Learn Centers. So I do want to say it is just one person. It's one training officer. So people are always welcome to drop in, and they can be assisted, and they can use technology, but they do have specific like drop-in hours. Like there's always going to be someone here to help you at this time, but it isn't every hour that the branch is open. So it really is is not like that. It isn't like where you have like a written plan. It's much less like school than that. It's much more that the person like says, I'm trying to get a job. And then the training officer will work with them and figure out, okay, you need interview skills, you need to develop a resume. So that a lot of that will just be one-on-one, kind of literally showing the person, you know, how to write a resume. Oh, wait, you can't write a resume because you don't know how to type. Okay, so we can develop the content of your resume. Meanwhile, we can be teaching you to type. So it really is exactly targeted at what the person needs and wants to develop. And really the person comes in, it's kind of very much like if you come in the library and you're looking for a book to read. We don't really keep track of what you've been reading. These customers are library customers. Their records, of course, are protected under the normal state law, so it's all confidential. And that is just a way it's developed over the last 10 years. At the beginning, you know, we had this partnership with DHS, and they were funding that with a grant. We don't have that anymore. And DHS was doing a lot more of that tracking and keeping up with, but our training officers really just keep on interacting with the person with what they want to do today.
Okay, that makes sense. Maybe let me make a follow-up clarification in a different, kind of a more open-ended way. So I know that the Learn Center is a very powerful program, and it has like immense impact on our community. Something that comes to mind to me is how can we create the conditions to succeed for the individual who's participating in the Learn Center and for the training officer, such that there is like a really clear guideline, whether it's online or in paper, that kind of shows here's what you did today, here's a full step of, based on what you're asking for, here are the things that maybe the big buckets of things that I'm recommending you work on, and then they can follow that plan. It maybe doesn't need to be trackable, so that it's not something where it's violating some of the other core tenets of the library, where we don't really track what people are doing when they come into the library, but it's more meant to be a framework that allows a person to be successful because they know exactly what they should be focusing on
right,
at
and
one
it
time.
could be, you know, I prepared to just tell you all what was happening at Las Palmas. So as far as the day-to-day, that could be something there actually.
Sure, yeah.
It does make sense, but I'm just not really involved in the date. I didn't prepare a presentation
That's
on
fine. I think
what is
Morgan
learned.
maybe is going to help you out too.
So I think Sadiel's correct. Like, I think it really depends on, I think the training officers are very skilled at looking, you know, working with an individual and figuring out what is their need and kind of taking the individual's need, right? So if it's very clear, it's okay, I just want to do my resume today, and then that's it. And maybe they come back in a month and say, hey, you were really great at helping me find you help me with this, you know, that kind of thing. But if it's clear that the person's like, I really want to get to know how to use a computer better, yada, 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 then they might kind of develop a little bit more of a, like a sort of a long-term plan, and, you know, the person is like a curriculum that we use, go based on online resources and things that our training officers develop. So we really very much take the lead of the individual to meet their need. I will say that we don't tie it to an individual, but we do track statistics on what is it that
I just have a comment. I was at Memorial Library, and they have the SAPL Learn, and apparently the open hours are between 1 and 6, and you just drop in, literally. This man came in, wanted a resume done. He couldn't speak English, and the person there could. And so he was able to help him with his resume because that day he was looking for a job. So it's that kind of literal drop-in, and I was just amazed because, well, he wasn't busy at the time, but then other people started coming in. I just think it's an incredible program, incredible.
I have a couple of questions for you. In regards, is there an age limit on the Learning Center program?
There's no age limit. I think we typically see people like older than high school age, but there's no particular age limit.
So if a teenager wanted to go in there, the training?
Oh, sure, absolutely. And definitely we do see training officers helping teenagers with resumes, and then also, maybe that 17-year-old that's dropped out of school and working, like trying to figure out, like, wait, what do I do now? Like, definitely, yes.
Now, are the training officers going to be bilingual?
Some of the training officers are bilingual and some are not.
And will all the libraries at some point do have a learning center?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But we will continue to look at need in various communities and then see what funding is available. It does take another position. So there does have to be funding for that. I just don't know that there would be the need for a kind of adult basic education in every community. But, I can't really see into the future, and definitely, it's definitely something we would like to expand considerably. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Dale.
Sure. I think I'm not going to bother to sit down.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you could just stay up there for the rest of the night if you want. Next, we have agenda on item number 18, receive a recommendation from the naming committee regarding a request to name the gallery at the Texana Resource Center. I'll let you propose the name and provide us any background.
So this is a recommendation from the naming committee. And I'm sorry, I have my correct glasses are being made, but I don't have them, so I have to go back and forth right now. In 2019, this Board of Trustees approved a fundraising opportunity to name the gallery space in Texana. That naming opportunity was approved with $100,000 as the minimum donation. The executive committee of the Library Foundation actually has donated the money more than the $100,000. We had the public meeting and received, very positive comments. We were here in this room. So the naming committee is now at this point ready to recommend to you all for action to name the gallery area in the newly designed Texana Resource Center, the Library Foundation Gallery at Texana, and for you, of course, to take that action to do that naming. I will say that we very much appreciate the foundation not only doing the fundraising, but in this case, like not asking somebody else for the money, but actually coming up, actually making the donation. I've seen a lot of library fundraising in the years I've worked in public libraries, and I've never actually seen a gift like this before, so I think that's a pretty nice thing. We did talk about, I talked about with Amy, we do have at Texana in the formal name to make it clear that it's not that gallery over there.
And I agree, this is a very generous donation. So I'll entertain a motion to take action on this item, and suggested language is on screen. Okay. Get a first. And a second from Carla. Thank you, Carla. Any questions or discussion regarding this item?
You said 2019 it was brought up. Do you know why it took so long for it to just become an action today?
So the board took action to approve the fundraising opportunity in 2019.
Oh, okay.
The gift was made much more recently
Okay.
than that.
2019 is when we approved that area, that space, to be allowed to be considered for a naming opportunity. Yes. Yes, and now a name has been
Yes,
suggested, and the naming committee took the
Right,
appropriate
so-
action on it.
so you'll-
Sorry, Dale, one quick question. So, the proposed name, Library Foundation Gallery at Texana, my assumption is that the foundation suggested that name and brought it to naming committee, or was there some discussion in naming committee about the at Texana versus at Texana Resource Center being included in the name? Was there any discussion about that, Josie?
There was quite a bit of discussion about how to go about naming it, what to name it. But this is what we decided.
Settled on? Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions about?
I have a question. Should it be, and I apologize for making this more unwieldy, should it be the San Antonio Public Library Foundation Gallery at Texana?
Since we can't talk directly to Amy right now during this motion, I'm going to go back to Josie to provide some insight into the coordination that was already, I'm assuming quite a bit of coordination was done between the donors at the Library Foundation to make sure they were comfortable with this naming suggestion.
I was not able to be in all of the discussions. I'd like to turn it back over to Dale.
Okay, to Dale, yep.
Yes,
Thanks, Dale.
that definitely happened, and various longer and shorter names were all considered. This is the name that, between the foundation and the naming committee, and then as we spoke with the public, I think this was the name that seemed kind of not too unwieldy. I think that's really part of the issue of the longer names.
Satisfy your question, Beth? Your comment?
Yes, I still think it should be.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'll ask Nicholas to lead us in a roll call vote, please.
Carla Bergiolo. Joanne Harris. Josie Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz.
Aye.
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 Paul Stahl.
Aye.
Marcy Ince.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead, Dale.
The next item the naming committee is bringing to you is relatively, well, I think this is a first for us. So in 2021, this board took action to name the family history area of the new Texana space and the Amy Shelton and Rachel H. McNutt Family History Area. That was the action you all took in 2021. The donor has asked, clearly asked, that name, thank you for that smile, has asked that the name be reconsidered. The naming committee agrees. Texana staff are in agreement that this is a fine name. So they would like you to take, the donor would like you to take action to change, to add the word genealogy. So where you see that history/genealogy, it's the slash and the genealogy that is the change to the name that this board approved in 2021. And the naming committee agreed, that the donor, it's not constructed, there's no signage yet, so why not? And we would like to make, the naming committee is making that request to you to change the name. The slash and the word genealogy. So the previous name was Amy Shelton and Vachel H. McNutt Family History Area. We spent a lot of time on the slash.
We did. We did.
Well, no, because it isn't two things, it's one thing. I'm trying to shorten the literally hours of conversation about the slash.
A little bit nebulous to me because it sounds like this whole thing is on the history, the family history of the Sheltons and the McNutts. Has anybody brought that up? It says the Amy Shelton Vachel H. McNutt family history.
So I think it will be important to design the signage such that it's clear that's not what it is. I agree with you.
Don't we need to have a motion before we can continue with discussion? I'm sorry.
Yes, we should entertain a
I will move to accept the recommendation of the naming committee to rename the family history area of the Texana Resource Center the Amy Shelton and Vachel H. McNutt Family History / Genealogy Area.
Second.
So we have the first and the second. Beth, did you also have a comment that you wanted to share?
No, I was just going to say with regard to what Dale said about designing of the signage and displays being critical to this. I think that's easily done by putting family history / genealogy on a separate line from, and that I think will make it very clear.
I do too. Family history / genealogy seems like it's kind of redundant a little bit. I'm not.
Yes. It's intentionally redundant.
It's intentionally.
Was this the specific request of the donors?
Specific request of the donor. This was not the library staff coming to you with this request. This was the very specific request of the donor.
And in order for not to sound redundant, yes, right, we do know that it means the same thing, but if it is the donor that donated and this is what they want and it was their money, I think we should consider their request and their wish since they are the ones that gave the money and said, I want this.
Quick question. If we were to go back to the foundation, would we be able to recommend some ideas to take back to them now? Is that something we could do now? I know, because I know this was, I don't know if that would satisfy those that have concern about the name.
The request isn't from the foundation, it's from the donor, specifically the donor.
But do we have the reasoning why adding and maybe not subtracting words?
It's very important to her that now, it's very important to her that the name genealogy be included in the name that was already approved. So that's really the heart of the request.
And Dale, I think it's already been solved. You said put the family name and then have 3 lines on everything.
Yeah, I think that's the way we would design it, is to make it clear. So then it would be family history, genealogy. I think family history is very clear to some people and genealogy is very clear to other people. Obviously, we don't disagree with this, or we wouldn't have brought it forward. Obviously, the naming committee supported it, or it wouldn't be here tonight.
Yeah, that's fine, and it's also okay for board members to not.
Oh, sure.
To question the work of the committee, and that in no way diminishes the work that the committee has taken on. I also want to clarify that a previously approved name can be revised, and it doesn't have to be revised just to add one word to it. It's also possible for the naming committee to take under consideration a complete renaming of a space. That's also acceptable. So I heard someone say, and I don't remember who said this, should it be called Family History Genealogy Area, sponsored by, and then the family's name? I think that's also a fine suggestion. I don't want to take time now to deliberate on what the correct suggestions are, but if this motion does not pass, or if we determine that it's a better idea for naming committee to take back and work this a little bit more, that is totally acceptable. I think we should be comfortable with the idea that some things come out of committee, and when they're presented to the larger board, if there is enough concern about it, it is totally okay to take that work back to the committee. So that's a blanket statement, not just for this agenda item, but for any work that the committee undertakes. So let me pause there and see if there's any other comments or questions as part of the discussion for this motion.
I really like your idea. I think it clarifies that this does not. I mean, I'd like your idea a lot.
So we can go into a motion and then see what the votes are. That's one of the options. Or if anybody wants to revise the motion or suggest a different action, it's probably easiest to take a roll call vote. And if the motion does not pass, then I can direct the naming committee to do some additional work. Okay, Nicholas, will you assist us?
Carla Review. Aye. Joanne Harris.
Aye.
Josie Martinez.
Aye.
Andrea Sanchez-Muniz.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
No.
Aye.
Nay.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next on the, thank you, Dale. Next
I'm
on
not going
the.
to sit down yet either.
Okay. Next on the agenda is a review and consider the approval of the San Antonio Public Library's rental space policy and to take action.
I believe you all have the new proposed policy, and as you know, this was postponed from a previous meeting. Haley, I know, would much prefer to be here with you than on her vacation in Nova Scotia, but I'm filling in for her. Our current policy, the branch meeting room policy, is from 2016, I believe, approved obviously by the Board of Trustees. The purpose of the policy is to really look at the meeting spaces available in the branch and central libraries, to provide a policy direction for how we make those available, to balance the needs of the community with the needs of the library staff for programming and so on, and for things like voting, that's part of it, to give some direction to the people who are reserving the spaces in the library that are available for rent, of course to be consistent, to add some clarity for who can use the meeting spaces without any charge, and to make sure that we're, clear in what we're telling the public and following all, appropriate city and state rules and laws. This new policy is not merely, it's not merely an update of the branch meeting room policy. It also incorporates the former library administrative directive, which was not a board-approved policy in the past, about rental of central meeting spaces, because what we have right now, if someone wants to rent, let's say this auditorium and the meeting room at Landa, or the meeting room at Mission, let's say, they have to have two policies, two different contracts, talk to two different people. It's very confusing, unnecessarily confusing. So I think that's one of the key things we want to do is combine all of that into one thing. We've added definitions. We've made this align with other policies. Since the policy was adopted, we've had a couple times where minors have tried to rent a meeting room, and in consultation with the city attorney's office, minors can't enter into a contract. So instead of just saying, well, state law is, we just say in the policy you can't be a minor. And then when we have this policy developed, we'll update the contract. I know you all received the old contract, and obviously we'll work on that. So what I would like to do is, just take any questions that you all have. I know you've had opportunity to read over the policy. I may have to go back and forth with my glasses to see you and see the policy, but I'll be happy to answer questions that you have.
And I'll just remind the trustees that Haley did brief us on this previously. We had given her quite a bit of feedback, and I am pleased to see that those updates, mainly they were formatting, but that all of those updates have been made. So we can, I'll entertain a motion to approve this policy.
I'll motion to approve the rental space policy as presented.
Second.
Any questions or comments?
Sure.
Exceptions to this policy can be made at the discretion of the library director or designee, which is very clear. But then in section 3A1J, it says no discounts are available. And
Correct.
I seem to recall that there have been cases in the past where fees have been waived by the library director. Does this change that?
So it's my understanding, and I think Christina and I spoke about this, occasionally fees can be waived. We really don't very often. Normally what we would, first of all, As we've added the clarity on the community organizations that can use the room for free, that has taken care of some of that fee waiver. Also, I think if we waive the fee, it really isn't a discount. So we can't charge you less, but we could not charge you at all. Does that make sense? But mostly, I think the new language about who can use the room for free, we really are not doing fee waivers very often anymore. I can't remember one we've done in the last couple years.
And then in section 3B2, rental spaces shall not be used for the solicitation of business or for the sale of goods. I seem to remember that in the past there have been craft fairs and similar types of events where exhibitors were allowed to sell the goods they had created.
That is true before the current meeting room policy. That was true. But since the current meeting room policy, no. What we can do is if an event is a library co-sponsored program, let's take the most common one, which is an author. So if the library is presenting an author program, like in this room, you know, a lot of times the author will bring in the Twig or Nowhere bookstore. They'll set up outside the meeting room and then allow that sale of like the author's book. So that's how we do that.
Okay, but in the past, I know that there have been craft fairs where like the library sold essentially.
Sure, and that is also, the one I can think of was at Parman, and where the Friends of the Library sponsored that event, and that is something that can be an exception made by the director. Great questions.
Any other questions, comments, or discussion? Okay, let's take a vote.
Aye.
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 I don't want to take but just one more minute of your time. I just want to thank Haley and Kiana Stevens and the Ad Hoc Policy Committee. Haley and Kiana started working on this policy before COVID. So I know they are going to be very excited to see that it passed.
Thanks, Dale. Appreciate you helping us with that and all of the other agenda items that you presented. Next, we have our final agenda item, which is to review and consider library board commitment appointments and liaison assignments for fiscal year 2025. Sydney's going to be handing out a proposed committee assignment, and I will share with you the changes that I am proposing. And there are only 2 changes, so I know you're still getting your copy, but I'll go ahead and tell you what the 2 changes are. The first is in naming committee. I have asked Marianne Valdez Hernandez from District 5 to join the naming committee. And the second change is on the ad hoc bond committee. This is a committee that meets as needed, but in recognition that the 2027 bond is fast approaching and we will need to start mobilizing as a trustee board for that. I've also asked Marianne Valdez Hernandez from District 5 to join the ad hoc bond committee. Those are the only 2 changes that have been made, and the rest of the committee assignments are the same as last year, and that is just a way of acknowledging the tremendous amount of work that this trustee board is putting in to other activities that we have. So if there are any questions about that, I would really appreciate a motion first and a second, and then we can talk through any questions or have other discussion.
I move that we review and consider library board committee appointments and liaison assignments. Whoa. I was pretty much done.
Okay, thank you, Josie. Okay, thank you, Paul. Any questions or concerns? Of course, I am adding Marianne in consultation with Marianne, so this is not a surprise to her, but any other questions or comments about any of the other committees' assignments or liaisons?
Comment that I'm really happy to see the participation, the broad participation from the board on these committees. That's where the real work is done, and it's important, and it's good. It's good training ground. It's good for a lot of reasons. So I'm happy to see the participation.
Thank you, Paul. I completely agree. Vote on this, and Nicholas, will you help us with that one?
Carla Gordillo. Joanne Harris. Jesse Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz.
Aye.
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 Judy Cruz. Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, and then as we are wrapping up, I did want to just call out, and I think this is probably more of a note for Edward, but he's not here, so I'm going to share it with you, Kathy, that as Judy reported, that the Ad hoc Executive Search Committee has formally concluded its work as of October 15th, I believe was the date, the last meeting of the Executive Search Committee. We can remove that from future printings of the committee assignments. Should we have, I have a question maybe for Jessica, should we have done the committee assignments? It's on the paper, and Josie said in her motion to approve the committee assignments as presented. Should we modify the motion and vote again, or is that, maybe the city attorney could help us?
Or we could post it on your November.
Recommendation from City Attorney's Office is to rescind the motion and the action, and to make a new motion that excludes the Ad hoc Executive Search Committee, and then take a second vote.
Okay, thank you.
The test from the Roberts Rules of Order.
We're
Training.
fresh off the training, so we should have caught that one.
Nice.
Josie, can I ask you to would you be willing to present a new motion?
Yes, that we approve the committee appointments without the ad hoc executive search committee extracting that, but the rest as presented.
And all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Got that, Nicholas, thank you. Next, we will enter into executive session. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will begin its executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters, on the 23rd day of October 2024 at 7:25 p.m.
What order would you like to go?
I just. Jessica, do we need to dial in to the WebEx, or is the YouTube stream good? Okay. Okay. Back in open session, the Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library has completed its executive session on the 23rd day of October 2024 at 9 p.m. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will now resume its open session. No action was taken. That was the last item on the agenda, so I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
I'll second.
A lot of seconds. All those in favor? I don't think we need to vote on that. Thank you all for your work.